Local school district. I watched the videos. It was like some threatening the kid with a mask, swastika in the back, and I'm just like, where did you get this? He said, my friend sent it to me and said, I'm brave for going to school today.
Christina Marte said her son was already at Lake Brantley, but ended up leaving school early. She kept her younger kids, who go to nearby Sable Point, home Friday. What's your first thought as a parent?
I mean, who's to say? How vague is it? You don't know. I mean, you don't know where it's going. You don't know where it's coming from.
Friday, SCPS told parents they may notice a heightened law enforcement presence out of an abundance of caution. Less than 24 hours earlier, officers surrounded Lake Brantley High School after investigators rushed to respond to a call that was determined to be a hoax.
This is not the first time it happened. This is not the second time it happened. After yesterday, when my son came home, I was like, how many times have you hid in a closet in school for a code? And he's like, I can't even tell you, Mom. And that's my oldest, who is a senior in high school. Ask my elementary school kids, they can tell you the same as well.
I have spent time talking to parents both in person and online today. They also tell me they're grateful that law enforcement take these situations so seriously, whether these threats are credible or not. I'm told that the FBI is involved in both investigations. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, News 6.
Catherine, thank you. And as Catherine mentioned, the FBI is investigating a viral video going around here in Central Florida. News 6 investigator Mike DeForest has also been looking into those social media threats.
Over the past 24 hours or so, students in Central Florida have come across social media videos like these showing a man in a yellow hockey mask holding a gun and a rifle. I've learned these specific videos, which threaten bombings and shootings at schools, actually began circulating earlier this week in Texas. As you can see, the username on the screen appears to reference Texas. Authorities in Texas believe the videos are not a credible threat. In fact, they think these videos actually originated outside of the United States with the sole purpose of inciting fear. Now, these same videos have begun circulating in Central Florida. Seminole County Public Schools have issued a statement pointing out that the videos do not mention any specific school or even any specific state or specific country. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office has notified all school resource officers and deputies and have increased law enforcement presence at the schools. Federal authorities are investigating these videos, but again, at this time, we're being told that there does not appear to be any credible threat. Reporting in the newsroom, Mike DeForest, News 6.
Mike, thank you. Taking a live look now over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope cam. We are near record high temperatures today before some cold weather makes its return. Meteorologist Julie Broughton joins us now with what we can expect, Julie.
Well, Lisa, we just got in that we did tie our record high today in Orlando. That is 84 degrees. The previous record was set back in 2013. Leesburg also tied the record of 82 today. Now, these temperatures in the low 80s will stick around another day, and then a cold front comes through on Sunday, and that will bring us big changes into next week. Now, right now, you're sitting at 82 in DeLand. You're at 78 if you're in Melbourne, 82 in Claremont and Leesburg. You are still sitting at 82 degrees. Of course, it is a big weekend at Disney with Disney Marathon Weekend. The runners out bright and early, or I should say dark and early. They will be dealing with some fog tomorrow morning. Temperatures in the low 60s both Saturday and Sunday as those runners are starting things out. So it will be a little on the humid side, probably more humid than the runners enjoy. A little sticky feeling, but it will be dry for Marathon Weekend. Now we'll talk more about those changes headed our way for the beginning of the week and our next best chance at rain coming up.
All right, Julie, thank you. We are learning more about the two people at the center of Wednesday's deadly shooting in Minneapolis. Also today, a look at video that ICE agents took at the scene. Calls for ICE to leave Minneapolis are intensifying. Ashar Karashi is in Minneapolis with the latest.
A moment of silence Friday for Renee Nicole Good from families and educators in Minneapolis, followed by calls for ICE to leave.
We want them out of our neighborhoods, out of our schools, and out of our state.
Friday, Good's wife gave a statement to Minnesota Public Radio saying in part, "We stopped to support our neighbors. We had whistles. They had guns." Vice President J.D. Vance reposted this video taken by the ICE agent and released by a media outlet called Alpha News.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's Good inside the SUV and her wife outside the vehicle talking to the ICE officer before the shooting.
I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car.
Another officer orders Good out of the SUV, and she starts to drive. Earlier Friday, Mayor Jacob Frey criticized the Trump administration's decision to remove state authorities from the shooting investigation.
This is not a time to hide from the facts. This is a time to embrace them, making sure that we're pushing for transparency every step of the way.
CBS News has confirmed the agent who shot Good is Jonathan Ross, who has worked with ICE in Minnesota for nearly a decade and was involved in another vehicle-related incident last June. Court documents show he was dragged approximately 100 yards with his arm inside a car while trying to execute an immigration warrant. Usher Qureshi, CBS News, Minneapolis.
Police in Oregon say Border Patrol agents shot and injured a husband and wife. It happened during a targeted vehicle stop in Portland. Both victims were hospitalized, but their conditions are unclear. DHS officials on X say both were, quote, criminal illegal aliens and suspected associates of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang, adding the couple, quote, weaponized their vehicle against Border Patrol. The agent took immediate action to defend himself and others, shooting them. While local leaders in Portland are calling for calm, they are also demanding ICE halt all operations in the city until a full investigation is complete.
We know what the federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past. Portland is not a training ground for militarized agents.
So this incident comes just one day after an ICE agent shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis, sparking protests across the country. Demonstrations are planning to gather again outside the ICE facility in Portland in the wake of the shootings. Well, in Volusia County, an executive director of a senior living facility is accused of stealing jewelry from its residents. It happened at the Aria on Signature Drive in DeBary. The Volusia Sheriff's Office says an investigation started when they received a report about a missing engagement ring from a bedroom. And we just found out minutes ago that that person turned himself in. This is video posted by the Volusia Sheriff's Office. Deputies say pawn records showed Executive Director Sean Burstein sold multiple pieces of jewelry, including the engagement ring. During an interview, investigators say Bernstein admitted it. He's accused of stealing 93 pieces of jewelry between September and December of last year. Deputies are asking anyone who lost their jewelry to contact the sheriff's office. And we reached out to Aria for a statement. The HR director tells us the well-being of residents is their highest priority. They say they're cooperating with deputies. Bernstein is no longer employed with them. A medical drama 250 miles above Earth is forcing NASA to do something it has never done before, cut a mission short due to health concerns. 4 crew members on the International Space Station will be brought home in the coming days, more than a month early. Here's what we're learning.
NASA says the ailing astronaut is stable, and while it's not currently an emergency, weeks more in space were not in the best interest of their health.
This was a serious medical condition. That is why we're pursuing this path. The capability to diagnose and treat this properly does not live on the International Space Station.
Wednesday afternoon, Japanese astronaut Kimya Yui radioed mission control for help.
Do you have like a crew surgeon?
Yes, we'll get that in work.
A flight surgeon?
NASA canceled a planned spacewalk, and the live public audio stream from the ISS went silent. A day later, they decided to end the mission early.
The crew is highly trained, and they came to the aid of their colleague right away.
We have a medical emergency in the lab.
Astronauts are given medical training before they launch.
Okay, oxygen is in flow now.
We just can't sustain somebody sick for a really long period of time.
Dr. Tom Mashburn served as both NASA astronaut and flight surgeon. Doctors have to weigh the risks of staying in space and coming back to Earth.
There's a 4G pressure on the body as you re-enter. There's about a 10 to 20 mile an hour equivalent impact when it hits the water. So all those risks have to be added up and put together to make the right decision of what to do.
Well, if you use the West Orange Trail, a heads up, e-bikes are now banned on part of the trail.
We'll explain why and what parents need to know. That's coming up.
Public school or charter school, soon Orange Center Elementary parents will be able to cast their vote about that, but it won't be a typical charter school. We'll tell you a little bit more coming up.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
For the past few weeks, we've been telling you about Legends Academy charter schools suddenly shutting down during the winter break. The decision was made in a virtual meeting. Families have had to scramble to get their kids back in the classroom. Soon, there could be another option, though, for those families. Legends Academy Charter School is just 5 minutes down the road from Orange Center Elementary School. That school is on the verge of some major changes. The questions, though, public or charter, and elementary or K through 8.
Your Orange County community correspondent Jarrell Baker joins us ahead of the meeting where parents in this Orlando neighborhood will have the final say. Jarrell.
Yeah, that's right. And it's a major decision. That's about 300 students that could be added to the school, not to mention it making it a K through 8 school. Now, when I was speaking to some parents, some of them are all for it, and there are others who are on the fence who are just worried, is this the right choice for their school's future? Public school or charter school? That's a decision Orange Center Elementary parents will make.
I've been telling all my family members, and I'm like, oh my gosh, if this happens, he's staying here, and so is my other son. He's going to be here until they're done with middle school.
Community nonprofit Lift Orlando sent parents ballots this week to choose whether to keep Orange Center Elementary the same or convert it into a charter school.
Knowing that I will be able to see this come into fruition and be at the start of it, it helps everyone.
Unlike a School of Hope, which allows charter schools to operate inside public schools at no cost, this new school will be tuition-free and operate with a school zone like a public school. However, OCPS and Lift Orlando would work as partners. The move could add 300 students and make the school K through 8.
NSI will be the entity that runs the school. That will be the governance, working through Lift Orlando and through the board that NSI creates. They will work with OCPS in partnership of this will be an OCPS building. We'll have access to OCPS resources and assets.
The change will give students more support for everything from academics to social services.
Some parents speak like me. They had previous experience. They love the change that has been made and they want to see more. But then you do have the parents, wondering if this is the best fit.
Voting begins Monday and the results will be announced on January 22nd. Now, before the parents go and make that decision, they'll be at a vision board meeting tonight right here at the Boys and Girls Club off of Jacobs Place here in the West Lakes community to talk about the future of neighborhood schools in the area and also educational opportunities. Here in Orlando, Jarrell Baker, News 6.
All right, Jarrell, thank you. Well, I bet if I had to come up with some weather headlines, I could come up with them real fast. Hot, cold.
Yeah, changes.
How did I do?
Yes.
Come on over. That's perfect. And all in the same 7-day forecast. How about that? So we actually did tie some records today. I'll show you that in just a moment. But first, if you're making your plans to head out tonight, because of course it's Friday night, or you have any plans to be out early for your Saturday, keep in mind you will be dealing with some fog again tomorrow morning. Now, our weekend, we're going to see temperatures again in the low 80s tomorrow, but our next front arrives on Sunday. That may bring us a few showers, but the bigger story is it is going to bring us a cool down by Monday, and then by the middle of the week, we'll be looking at a little bit better chance of some rain. Now, we did tie that record today in Orlando of 84 degrees. That was set in 2013. Also, Leesburg tied their record of 82 degrees, which was also set in 2013. So we're talking about record heat today, and then a big cool down Monday morning when kids are heading out to school. We're talking about temperatures in the 40s. And by the way, make sure you download our free News 6 weather app so you can track all of these changes and be prepared. If you're waking up Monday morning in Ocala, you're talking about 40 degrees, 42 in the Villages, 49 in Orlando, a little bit milder along the coast in the 50s. But also remember, we're going to be talking about winds gusting up to around 30 to 35 miles per hour Monday. So we will be dealing with a wind chill. It will be kind of a miserable feeling day. Certainly feeling nice out there right now, though. This is our Daytona Beach sky cam. We've seen some people out enjoying the beach today with that mix of sun and clouds. 78 degrees right now in Daytona Beach. If you're in Azalea Park, you're at 82, 83 in Mascot. You're sitting at 83 in Lake Panasoffkee, 81 right now up in McIntosh, 80 if you are in Denellen. And if you're in Palm Bay, you're sitting at 79 degrees. It is 82 degrees in Hullapaw. Now, here's your hour-by-hour forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Renewal,
by Anderson.
Okay, I want everyone to take a look at Lucy. She is providing a very refined pose for us, and Lucy enjoys watching the news with her mom. So thank you so much, Lucy, for watching. 78 degrees at 6 o'clock, into the low 70s by 7 o'clock. That's where we stay into 8 o'clock. Make sure you head to clickorlando.com/pins. You can share your pet photos. Also, Jonathan would really like to see some weather photos, but keep those pet photos coming too. That's our little internal family battle in the weather office. This is our water vapor imagery. Shows us how things are looking in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. We've enjoyed a lot of blue sky today, so we do have quite a bit of dry air in place, but I want to show you the mid-level moisture. So this is Sunday. As that front slides through, that will bring us a few showers, but then by Wednesday, notice all this moisture surging back up from the south. It will keep us pretty unsettled really Wednesday, Thursday, even into Friday, so we can finally get some measurable rainfall in here, which we desperately need. So for tonight, average low is 49. We go to 62 in Orlando, 61 for your overnight low in Wildwood. Here's how it looks for your 7-day forecast. Expect some fog to start the day tomorrow morning. A few showers on Sunday as that front comes through. Then Monday only in the 60s for our highs, and then we'll see another cool down. That should say 40 for your Friday. We're not talking about an overnight low of 30. That would be some breaking news. Not
oh
quite
my
there.
gosh.
Everyone calm down. So I will fix that before the next one with highs Friday only around
I'm going to
60.
send you an email right now about it.
Julie, thank you. Neighbors call them dangerous.
I think there needs to be changes. The kids are just, it's not just kids, but they're flying up and down on the scooters, on the e-bikes.
They weave in and out, sometimes very carelessly with cars too, and it's a little frightening for everybody.
One Central Florida city's ban on e-bikes, the fine you could face if you're caught with one. That's next. A live look now at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Light Orlando.
Changes are coming to a popular trail.
Yeah, e-bikes are now banned in Winter Garden. We told you about this yesterday on News 6 at 4 o'clock. The City Commission unanimously approved an ordinance restricting e-bikes use last night. It includes banning high-speed e-bikes on a stretch of the West Orange Trail in the city. It also bans anyone under 15 from riding one. And it blocks the motorized scooters on narrow sidewalks. People who live there say the rules are necessary because fast-moving e-bikes and scooters are putting others in danger.
They startle pedestrians, they weave in and out, sometimes very carelessly with cars too, and it's a little frightening for everybody.
Violators now face a $100 fine. Parents or guardians are responsible for kids who break the rules.
A family says a misunderstanding led to them getting kicked out of Universal's Epic Universe.
I felt very scared, actually. I immediately started crying.
And it was all over a keychain. Why that mom calls this a huge overreaction.
Plus, 3 years after Hurricane Ian, a family says they are still stuck with a home they cannot live in and still paying the bills. What's holding up federal money? That's next. As we take a live look over Port Canaveral, you're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We're following several top stories right now.
For the second day in a row, parents in Seminole County received a message from the school district regarding school safety. Today, the district says the FBI is investigating this viral video that is not specific to any location, but the online video is circulating locally. And it comes on the heels of a threat called in by phone to Lake Brantley yesterday. The two incidents, though, appear to be unrelated. In Volusia County, the sheriff's office says an executive director of a senior living facility is accused of stealing the residents' jewelry. This happened at the Araya on Signature Drive in DeBary. The Volusia sheriff's office says pawn records showed Sean Burstein sold multiple pieces of jewelry. Araya says he is no longer employed there. A medical concern is forcing NASA to cut a mission short due to health concerns. 4 crew members on the International Space Station will be brought home in the coming days, more than a month early. NASA is not identifying the astronaut or saying what the health concern is. 1 American and 2 Russians will remain on board the ISS.
A family says they were kicked out of Universal's Epic Universe, banned and accused of shoplifting. The mom calls it all a big misunderstanding. She says it all started when she walked out of a store to take care of her daughter who's on the autism spectrum. Your Orange County community correspondent Troy Campbell tells us that family has now hired a high-powered attorney.
I felt very scared, actually. I immediately started crying.
Nikki Dow says she took a trip to Universal's Epic Universe on December 27th to celebrate her autistic nonverbal daughter's 7th birthday. She says she even registered her daughter with Universal's Disability Access Program.
We go over her needs and accommodations that are needed for her. And then they emailed me a copy of her disability card.
After several hours enjoying the park, Dow says things took a turn when they entered a Mario-themed gift store.
We're walking through the store, we're looking at items. We see a little Mario keychain. She gets excited. I hand her the Mario keychain. She clings to it.
Dow says moments later, the store became crowded with shoppers and her daughter became agitated. So she took her outside of the store.
My husband decided, you know what, you go wait outside. I said, I'm going to go wait outside. He took the tag off of the keychain and he said, I'm going to go grab a few things. I'm going to check out.
Dow says her husband took the tag off the keychain and kept it with him inside with the intent to pay for it. However, she says moments after walking outside of the store, she was approached by security.
He said, you know, I'm security with Universal and you need to come with us. You've been caught shoplifting.
Dow says she told security her husband was inside the gift store and was going to pay for the $16 keychain. But she says security still took her to an office.
Then we went into an interrogation room. He came back in and he said, Orange County Sheriff's Office is on the way to escort you off the premises. You are hereby trespassed for a year. We're going to also be sending you a fine in the mail.
Dow's attorney, Eric Block with Morgan & Morgan, says he submitted a demand letter to Universal.
Did they give her an apology or say we overreacted or we see your husband was trying to pay? No, they actually sent her a demand letter for money, accusing her of retail theft.
Dow says Universal isn't considering her daughter's disability, which caused her to walk out of the store in the first place.
How do you feel that Universal treated the fact that your daughter has her disability in this moment?
I don't think that they considered it at all. It seemed like they had no idea that Universal even had a disability program.
We reached out to Epic Universe about this situation and we've yet to hear back. Ultimately, Dow says she just hopes that this doesn't happen to any other families. Outside Epic Universe, I'm your Orange County community correspondent, Troy Campbell, News 6.
Millions of Americans have defaulted on their student loans, and now the government may take part of their paychecks. As of September, more than 45 million Americans held outstanding student loans, totaling $1.67 trillion. This week, the Department of Education is sending out notices that could impact millions of people who've defaulted.
What the government is doing is they're saying, hey, you owe us a bunch of money. We're going to take some money back from you. How? We are going to garnish your wages.
So that could be up to 15% of someone's paycheck or even cost student loan borrowers part of their tax return. For older Americans, the government could take a piece of their Social Security payments. Experts suggest contacting your student loan provider to find a repayment option that works for you.
Well, 3 years of waiting for help with a house you can't even live in. A Volusia County family had their home damaged from Hurricane Ian in 2022. As your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed discovered, they're still waiting on FEMA, and they're not alone.
This Ormond Beach area house was meant to be the family's forever home, and now they will do basically anything to get rid of it. I'm told they're one of 3 families in Volusia County who applied to have their homes demolished after Hurricane Ian in 2022, and now they still can't get any answers as to when that money will come in to do it.
We've now moved out temporarily because we didn't want it to flood again and be in it again.
The Chiarizzis are still paying taxes, insurance, water, and electric on a property they're afraid to use.
But emotionally and physically, we're falling apart.
News 6 visited the Chiarizzi family after flooding in 2018 and again after Ian in 2022. Since then, they've struggled to sell it. Last January, Volusia County finally approved buying the house with a FEMA grant for Ian victims to tear it down. But the money still has not come through.
So until the county buys it under this acquisition demolition grant, we own it. This is our baby, and our entire life savings is in this house.
The Chiarizzis will pay 25% of the demolition cost. FEMA covers the other 75%. Then the Chiarizzis will get 75% of the home's fair market value. Volusia County says the county and state have done their part for the 3 families who applied for the 2022 funding, some right after the storm, but the county is also still waiting on federal approval.
We are told that our file is on the desk of Kristi Noem, the Director of Homeland Security, and it is waiting for her signatures, along with 131 other cases from Florida.
Now, the Chiarizzis told me that they were also told they cannot apply for any other grants or programs while this application is in, or FEMA will throw their application out. Now, I also reached out to FEMA earlier this week, several calls and emails asking for answers and a timeline, and I still have gotten no response. I'm your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
Also in Volusia County, 2 more properties along a flood-prone road in DeLand will be converted for better drainage. The county council approved the purchase of the properties along Orange Camp Road yesterday, bringing the total number of properties acquired along that part of the road to 4 now. The goal is to improve traffic safety from Woodland Boulevard to Princeton and to upgrade the drainage system to reduce localized flooding. The county says properties will be purchased with road impact fees.
Preparations are underway for this Sunday's Golden Globes Award show. Gwen Baumgardner gives us a behind-the-scenes look at Hollywood's biggest party.
Golden Globes host Nikki Glaser helped roll out the red carpet in LA Thursday ahead of Sunday's award show.
The Golden Globes are the party of the year because everybody is here, the drinks are flowing, you're mingling.
Lynn Weiss is the executive producer and director of the Globes, which honors the best in movies, television, and new this year, podcasts.
We're here to capture all of it so that you are a part of a party. You're not just watching an award show.
Leading the film nominations with 9 is the Leonardo DiCaprio action satire, One Battle After Another.
I need to find my daughter.
While on the TV side, HBO's The White Lotus leads with 6.
There's a whole team dedicated to arranging seating for the Globes, though we're told some of these placements could change ahead of Sunday. But one thing organizers wanted to stress to us is that they do not place people based on who they think will win.
We do not know the results. The accounting firm is the only people, and you could be wrong more than half the time. But more importantly, we really want to lay it out appropriately so that everybody is equal.
Jeremy Allen White, Jacob Elordi, and Amanda Seyfried all scored acting nominations in both the TV and film categories, which critics say is becoming more common.
There are no lines anymore, and so honestly, isn't that surprising if people are double dipping when the material is worthy of them?
Seyfried is also slated to present, as are fellow nominees Julia Roberts and George Clooney. Gwen Baumgardner, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Oh, it's always a big party. And guess what? You can watch the Golden Globes right here on News 6. That's Sunday at 8 p.m. Are you going to be hosting a Golden Globes party at your house?
I was just trying to
Ginger?
figure out what we're going to wear to your living room.
We have a few gowns that we've worn before to other things we could put on.
And probably won't wear again.
Correct.
Probably. All right. Well, it is the end of the road for most Lynx bus routes in Seminole County.
You depend on this bus, right?
Right. I depend on it. But I got to figure something else out now.
Most routes are ending, and this woman says it will make her commute an hour longer every day. Why the county is ending the services next. Julie.
Today we saw records tied in Orlando and in Leesburg. We'll keep it warm as we start our weekend on Saturday, but we're tracking a cold front that comes through on Sunday. That means much cooler temperatures next week and also our chance of rain going up. We'll break that down with your 7-day forecast in minutes.
All right, and we want to take you for a live look. This is from the Space Coast, where SpaceX is about to launch another round of Starlink internet satellites from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We are just a few seconds, well, we're 1 minute from launch, but they're launching another batch of Starlink internet satellites. They're starting this year off with a bang already. Last year, they broke records with how many of these launches we saw from the Space Coast, and no doubt they will be breaking records again today. Now, when this thing lands, there will not be a sonic boom like we've been accustomed, because it's not going to land back at Space Canaveral Space Force Station. So we've got about 30 seconds out until this thing launches.
And it looks crystal clear out there. I know we were taking some live shots from some of our cameras across Central Florida. A few clouds over downtown Orlando, but really everyone across Central Florida will hopefully get a nice view of this launch. We're about 30 seconds away from liftoff. Let's go ahead and listen in.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Go SpaceX, go Starlink.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Power and telemetry nominal. Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino.
Most Lynx bus routes in Seminole County are going away for good. I'm your community correspondent, Mark Lehman, and on January 11th, 8 routes are being eliminated. Now, some say this change is something that's going to cost them a lot of time and money, including one woman I spoke with. She says that if she switches routes, it'll be an hour extra to her commute, and she doesn't think she can afford the alternative.
It's hurting all these people.
Penny Carr depends on Lynx and the Fern Park bus stop to get to work every day. After this weekend, the stop and her route are going away.
I have to get off at the Sunrail train station and walk all the way down to go up to 1792.
How much more time do you think this is going to cost you?
It's going to, for me to walk, 28 minutes.
On January 11th, Seminole County is eliminating 8 bus routes because of low ridership and high costs. The county pays about $17 million a year for Lynx, but estimates less than 4,200 people actually use it.
Go all the way out there. I use that like 3 times a week. Come here 3 times a week, too.
Sean McMurray says he's tried Seminole's new alternative. Scout is an on-demand micro-transit service, but riders have complained about delays for pickup.
And I've been on that new thing, and it's kind of, you have to wait. I waited like an hour for a ride.
County leaders say there's increased flexibility with the Scout service, and it's more cost-effective. The transition, however, may be difficult for some who have questions about what to do next. You depend on this bus, right?
Right, I depend on it. But I got to figure something else out now.
Now, after this weekend, there will still be 4 routes running in Seminole County. We posted the changes to those routes under this story on QuickOrlando.com. Reporting in Fern Park, I'm your Seminole County community correspondent, Mark Lehman, News 6.
All right, we're going to check in now with meteorologist Julie Broughton, who's standing by, tracking some changes for our weekend, Julie.
Yeah, I know, Lisa, you like it on the warm side. Ginger likes it a little bit cooler. So, you'll both be happy, just not on the same days necessarily. So we're talking about another warm day to start our weekend. We'll be back in the low 80s for tomorrow, but a front comes through on Sunday. We won't really feel the impacts temperature-wise of that on Sunday. We'll still be well above normal, going in the low 70s. But we'll be much cooler by the time we wake up Monday morning, and then things will be a little bit more unsettled for us as we head through the next week. And we really do need some measurable rainfall. We do have drought conditions across much of central Florida, so we'll get in a little bit of measurable rainfall, certainly by the middle part of the week next week. Now, we've been talking about the potential of reaching new records today. We did tie our record high in Orlando, also in Leesburg. We hit 84 in Orlando and Leesburg. You went to 82 degrees. Now, here's the contrast. This is what it will be when we wake up Monday morning. Now, these are actual temperatures. The average temperature this time of year is 49. You'll wake up to 40 in Ocala, 39 in Gainesville, 44 Monday morning in Leesburg, and you'll be at 57 in Melbourne. But look how it will feel. So we're talking about gusty winds behind that cold front that comes through on Sunday. We'll see winds gusting to around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So Sunday evening, we're talking about it feeling like the upper 30s northwest of I-4, rolling you through the overnight hours, stopping the clock at 5 o'clock Monday morning. A lot of you I know start your day early on Monday. It will feel like 28 in Ocala. It will feel like 29 in the Villages. 30 is how it will feel in Leesburg, and it will feel like 37 in Orlando by 8 o'clock. Some of that begins to relax a little bit. But again, if you like the warm weather, really make sure you get outside and enjoy it, especially tomorrow. Here's what it looks like for you right now. This is our Launch Credit Union camera in Cape Canaveral. Lots of sunshine out there, 79 degrees. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure you download our free News 6 weather app. All you have to do is search WKMG in your app store. Right now, we're sitting at 82 in Kissimmee. It's 84 in Lakeland, 82 in Ocala, and 78 degrees right now in Daytona Beach. Here's your hour-by-hour forecast featuring 3 dogs, Chloe, Hazel, and Haven. And they really enjoy the weather, so they're outside relaxing on their nice green love seat, enjoying the day. And it looks like one of them, I'm not sure if that's Chloe or Haven, but Ken is so relaxed, she can't even look at the camera. 78 degrees at 6 o'clock, 73 degrees by 7 o'clock, and you'll be at 72 degrees at 8 o'clock. No weather-related issues if you have Friday night plans. I do think we'll see some fog tomorrow morning. Water vapor imagery showing showing in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. Things are pretty dry for us, so you'll notice satellite and radar imagery, not much cloud cover out there. Here is our front that comes through on Sunday. You'll notice as we look at the mid-level moisture by Sunday morning, that starts to increase. So by Sunday, we'll see more cloud cover. We may squeeze out about a 20% chance of some showers, but by the middle part of the week, our chance of rain goes up to about 40% for both Wednesday and for Thursday. Now we keep it mild overnight tonight, 62 for your low in Orlando, 61 in Ocala. Your 7-day forecast showing that cool down heads our way by Monday. We wake up in the upper 40s and then another cool down Wednesday into Thursday. Friday morning, we wake up in a lot of spots in the low 40s. That means some of you will be in the 30s.
That is cold. All right, Julie, thank you. Lawmakers are reviving a tougher cell phone ban for drivers.
Even your phone in your lap could cost you big. What you need to know about this, that's next.
Coming up Monday, a growing push to keep students from missing school.
The new legislation that's in the works and who it could benefit the most.
And changes to the forecast. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos will have your update every 10 minutes.
We'll see you Monday morning on News 6 starting at 6.
There is a new push to toughen the state's rules on cell phones behind the wheel. A bill has been refiled that would make it illegal for drivers to hold their phones while on the road or even have them resting in your lap. Now, under the proposal, a first violation brings a $150 fine. A second offense jumps to $250, and a third violation would trigger a 90-day license suspension and a $500 fine. A similar bill was filed last year. It passed in the House but never came up for a vote in the state Senate.
Now to a programming note, we want to give you a heads up. Drew is on the move to make way for something new. Starting on Monday, the Drew Barrymore Show moves to 9 a.m. Then at 3, you can catch a new show live from Orlando. It all starts on Monday right here on News 6.
News 6 at 5 is next.
Anchor Matt Austin is in the newsroom with what's ahead.
Well, there's a major bust in Lake County involving illegal gambling and casinos, coming up hundreds of thousands of dollars and more than 200 machines uncovered in 3 places in Lake County. What deputies say they found and the tip that led to the investigation. And are the Venezuelans living in Central Florida protected? We spoke with 2 people who say they are now living in limbo and unsure what's going to happen next. And your forecast is only minutes away. People out there on the Vomitron right now, don't forget you can stream all of our newscasts and live cameras right now, like this look at Daytona Beach, for free anytime on News 6 Plus.
President Trump's administration contending that it's safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country. Coming up, though, we speak to 2 Venezuelans living here in Central Florida who flatly reject that claim.
Plus, a massive casino bust in Lake County. The tips from the community that led to the discovery of more than $150,000 and 230 gambling machines. And
well, 5 years since we started the engineering.
Plus, a community gets a much-needed fire station after years of planning. You're watching News 6 at 5.
In the wake of the United States ousting Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Trump administration officials are contending that it is safe for Venezuelans living in exile to go back to their home country.
Your Orlando community correspondent Mike Valenti spoke to two people who fit that description, but they reject the administration's argument. Mike joins us now live. So, Mike, these two young men tell you they feel like they're living in limbo right now.
Yeah, Matt, that's exactly right. These are two people, one a UCF junior, the other a UCF grad, who fled Maduro's regime in Venezuela. And they did have temporary protected status. That is until President Donald Trump revoked TPS for more than 500,000 Venezuelans last year. These two men tell me, given the fact that Maduro's regime is still in charge in Venezuela, they believe the situation is still dangerous. And thus, Trump should reinstate TPS.
Let me ask you, with Maduro out of power, do you feel safe if you had to move back to Venezuela?
Not yet.
Would you feel safe at this moment going back to Venezuela?
No. So there's like many people in power that's still over there in Venezuela.
They're going to consider you as a traitor of the country, traidor de la patria. So they can just put you in jail and do whatever they want with you.
UCF junior Giovanni Hernandez and UCF grad Marcelo Ferrer are taking things one day at a time. They say that's all they can do.
It is very concerning.
Ferrer is hoping to go into TV production here in the U.S., where he once enjoyed legal status through TPS, before the Trump administration took it away last year, citing improved conditions in Venezuela.
I've never asked to leave. I was pushed out of the government.
Like Ferrer, Hernandez, who is now applying for political asylum, was satisfied that President Trump was able to oust Maduro. But
I believe that it's going to cost us. It's going to cost us a lot. It's going to cost us a lot. It's going to cost us a lot of years of oil, a lot of years of gold, a lot of years of favors.
Earlier this week, News 6 spoke to two Venezuelans who struck a bit more optimistic tone about a future without Maduro.
I just want my country to be free from this crisis, from these people. It's been 25 years struggling with them, and finally we have like a window open.
It's really just a really big step towards what we want, which is, to be free.
What would your message be to President Trump?
And we will ask you that you gave us something that we lost, and that is the temporary protection status.
So both Ferrer, who you just heard from, and Hernandez believe the current leader and Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is no better than her predecessor. They'd want to see someone like opposition leader Maria Corina Machado take charge. President Trump actually announcing from the White House today that he plans to meet with Machado next week. I did reach out to the White House about potential deportations of Venezuelans. A spokesperson referred me to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's comments this week that the administration's deportation policies have not changed in the wake of the Venezuela operation. The Department of Homeland Security, meanwhile, has not yet responded to my questions about TPS. Guys, back to you.
All right, Mike Valenti reporting for us. Thank you.
Well, President Trump says the U.S. stands to make a lot of money off Venezuelan oil.
He wants American oil companies to go in and spend at least $100 million to get the oil flowing again. Erica Brown has that part of the story from Capitol Hill.
President Trump hosted executives from some of America's biggest oil companies at the White House Friday to discuss investments in Venezuela and rebuilding its oil industry.
If we make a deal, how long would it take you to get in there and get started?
We can hit the ground within the next couple of weeks.
The meeting comes as the U.S. continues to carry out its blockade of ships linked to Venezuela carrying sanctioned oil.
We have an armada, a giant armada like nobody's ever seen in that part of the world, and it's stationed off the coast.
U.S. military forces seized a fifth oil tanker called the Alina in the Caribbean Friday morning. President Trump has also not ruled out taking military action against other countries like Mexico to stop the flow of drugs coming into the U.S.
We've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by water, and we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels. The cartels are running Mexico. It's very, very sad to watch.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says she's ordered her foreign minister to speak with Secretary of State Marco Rubio to strengthen coordination between the two countries. Erica Brown, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
There's extra law enforcement across Seminole County today. This comes after a number of tips came in about a disturbing social media video. It shows a person in a mask making some vague statements about schools and educational institutions. Federal law enforcement agencies are investigating where that video came from. Seminole County Public Schools releasing this statement. Out of an abundance of caution, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office has proactively notified all school resource officers and deputies, and you may notice additional law enforcement presence across Seminole County today. Now, the Sheriff's Office says this new video is separate from yesterday's code red at Lake Brantley High School. It was a case of swatting there, but has left a lasting impact on the community. Some students and parents we spoke with say they were terrified, even stayed home from school again today. Despite being ruled a hoax, the FBI continues to investigate where it came from. You'll hear from some Lake Brantley parents. That's coming up at 6 o'clock.
New at 5, we are learning new details about an illegal gambling operation in Lake County.
Deputies tell us 231 illegal gambling machines and more than 157 grand were seized. For more on what was uncovered, their News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden joins us.
Yeah, Lisa and Matt, the Lake County Sheriff's Office says law enforcement raided 3 establishments late last night. Now, with the help of law enforcement from Claremont, Groveland, Eustis, and Leesburg. The investigation began after multiple people complained and reported them. Now, here is what they found. In House of Treasures in Umatilla, there were 56 machines and more than $75,000. At the Hub in Leesburg, they seized 98 machines and more than $46,000. And finally, Hot Seats in Leesburg had 77 machines and more than $36,000. Several people were cited for possession of slot machines and keeping of a gambling house. Anyone who suspects illegal gambling may file an anonymous report with the Florida Gaming Control Commission using their website at flgaming.gov. On that site, there is also a list of legal gaming locations. Lisa?
Ginger, thank you. This is not the only gambling investigation in Central Florida. 6 months ago, former Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez was arrested, accused of taking part in a multi-million-dollar operation. Lopez has pleaded not guilty to racketeering and is requesting a jury trial. Multiple casinos have been searched and entered as evidence as part of this investigation. All 5 other defendants, including his estranged wife, have taken plea deals and agreed to testify in the case. He could face decades in prison if convicted. Tonight, parents are considering what to do with a community school on the verge of some major changes. The questions: public or charter, and elementary or K through 8. Orange County community correspondent Terrell Baker joins us now ahead of this meeting where parents in this Orlando neighborhood will have the final say. Terrell?
Yeah, that's right, Lisa. Now, we're talking about 300 students that could be added to the school if they decide to approve and make it into a charter school. Now, that makes a lot of parents happy. However, there are a lot of parents that are still on the fence who are still worried, is this the right call? Public school or charter school? That's a decision Orange Center Elementary parents will make.
I've been telling all my family members, and I'm like, oh my gosh, if this happens, he's staying here, and so is my other son. He's going to be here until they're done with middle school.
Community nonprofit Lift Orlando sent parents ballots this week to choose whether to keep Orange Center Elementary the same or convert it into a charter school.
Knowing that I will be able to see this come into fruition and be at the start of it, it helps everyone.
Unlike a School of Hope, which allows charter schools to operate inside public schools at no cost, this new school will be tuition free and operate with a school zone like a public school. However, OCPS and Lift Orlando would work as partners. The move could add 300 students and make the school K through 8.
NSI will be the entity that runs the school. That will be the governance, working through Lift Orlando and through the board that NSI creates. They will work with OCPS in partnership of this will be an OCPS building. We'll have access to OCPS resources and assets.
The change will give students more support for everything from academics to social services.
Some parents speak like me. They had previous experience. They love the change that has been made and they want to see more. But then you do have the parents, wondering if this is the best fit.
Voting begins Monday and the results will be announced on January 22nd. Now, several of those parents making that decision are going to be coming right here to the Boys and Girls Club right here off of Lakeland Avenue to talk about a vision board meeting and also talk about educational opportunities for people here in the West Lakes area. Here in Orlando, Jarrell Baker, News 6.
Thank you, Jarrell. To Winter Springs now, where a viewer posted this video to our Pin It page. They tell News 6 a trash truck dumped all of this out right in the middle of the street because of a fire on Conesus Lane. Seminole Fire tells us someone threw out a lithium-ion battery and it exploded in the back of the truck, catching fire. So to put it out, the garbage workers had to unload the whole truck. The fire department says this is a good example to stress proper disposal of those lithium-ion batteries. Well, the wait is finally over for neighbors in DeBary.
After years of planning, the city has finally opened a new fire station. Next at 5, why this new building is helping more than just fighting fires. It's also helping the community economically.
We had record warmth across parts of Central Florida today. Big changes come by the second half of your weekend. We're going to walk you all through it for your outdoor plans coming up at about 5:17.
And it's a busy time for Florida football fans as the University of Miami heads to the national title game. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Launch Credit Union.
A long-awaited fire station is now up and running in DeBary. Station 39 opened its doors today in a crucial part of town.
News 6's Mark Lehman is showing us how it is helping improve safety for the growing city.
With the growth happening in DeBary, leaders say this fire station was much needed and long overdue. The location is also critical for reaching previously hard to get to areas.
3, 2, 1.
The uncoupling of a hose marking the beginning of DeBary's newest fire station and end of a long journey to get it built.
Well, 5 years since we started the engineering.
The $6 million Station 39 was finally made possible after $1.25 million in state appropriations was secured.
3, 2, 1.
The site off of Fort Florida Road gives firefighters quick access to the west side of town, one of DeBerry's fastest growing areas.
Being on the west side of the railroad tracks was very important to us, that no matter what situation might occur, we could have the response times that were needed to save people's lives.
Another big feature of Station 39 is this rescue boat. They call it Sparky. Being so close to the St. Johns River, this will allow firefighters to quickly respond to a water emergency.
We'll be able to take the boat just to the end of the corner right here and be able to launch from Alexander Island in the future.
The city says with firefighters brought in, nearby homeowners may see reduced insurance rates. All of this is happening as response times are expected to decrease for some by as much as 7 minutes.
It's pretty critical. There's a lot of housing communities that are getting built in the south end of DeBerry, and this station is going to be responsible for that.
In DeBerry, Mark Lehman, News 6.
All right, Jonathan Kegis joins us now. He's got those temperatures up. Those are some nice looking temperatures
Yeah,
for the
we
warm
tied some
weather
records
lovers.
though today.
Yeah.
We did. Leesburg and Orlando, we're the big winners today. We hit 84 degrees in Orlando, tying the record, and we also tied it in Leesburg as well. It's still warm at this hour, 80 on the nose in Leesburg. Good evening in Groveland. We are at 82. Back to the upper 70s at the Cape right now. At Daytona Beach, we are at 76 degrees. We'll be in the same ballpark again tomorrow, and then we're going to watch things turn cooler. Temperatures tomorrow when you wake up again on the warmer side, back to the 60s in Orlando, 60 degrees in Holopah. We're back to the lower 60s in Titusville. You can stay up with the changing forecast again by downloading the free News 6 weather app. You can also submit your photos right on there. Now here's a look at your pictures for tomorrow.
Your forecast is sponsored by Payne Law.
And by pictures, I mean forecast. Temperatures back to the lower 80s in Mount Dora, 82 degrees in DeLand. Temperatures tomorrow for us in Ocala also at 82 degrees. Rain chances at 0%. Again, we'll watch out for some patchy fog early, and then we're going to see the sunshine back, pretty much a carbon copy of today. But you see some changes just by looking at this map. They're coming on the pipeline. You see it's hanging around 70 in Nashville. Look at the drop off in the temperatures when you go back to St. Louis, and then certainly back as you head towards the Dakotas into the upper 20s. That's where the colder air is coming from, and by the time we get into Sunday and then especially Monday, that is when you're going to notice the changes. The front that delivers it all is hanging back towards Memphis right now. You see the rain associated with it, even some of the blinking popping back up. Those are some tornado warnings out towards Mississippi and Alabama. That front's coming here. There will not be any fanfare in terms of any bad weather. There's really not even going to be a ton of rain with this one. Fast forwarding to 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, there is our cold front coming through the Big Bend region and then working its way through. You see a little bit of green popping up, just a few stray sprinkles possible. There's the timeline. Maybe as we approach lunchtime into the early afternoon, just a few stray sprinkles. Note the big divide and clearing as we head towards dinner time. There's 5, 6 o'clock on your Sunday. Skies are clear already in Marion County. We're still hanging on to some clouds for the second half of Sunday, south and east of I-4. And then Monday should be the chilly day, and you see the clouds try to come back in as we shift our breeze again back off the Atlantic. We're going to see things back to the 60s by the time we get into Monday afternoon. 20% shot for a few of those showers again Sunday as the front itself comes through. That'll keep temperatures in the mid to upper 70s on Sunday afternoon. Then chilly to start, so keep the jackets handy. I think we might need them a bunch as we venture through the middle part of January. Back to the low 70s on Tuesday. Rain chances with a bigger front go up Wednesday into Thursday. And you see what that does, guys. High temperatures will struggle to climb out of the 50s by next Friday.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Well, the NFL playoffs are almost here, and the Jaguars are getting ready to take on the Buffalo Bills.
Up next, fans are already getting pumped up.
We're super excited to come out, and there's so much energy for the playoffs, and to bring that out here and for our weekly run is a lot of fun.
The event this morning, they got fans geared up, a preview of the big game and how you can watch.
Your weekend evening traffic alert Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Up on the north end, I need you to pay attention. County Road 470 heading east overnight. You'll see some heavy construction. You guys have been seeing it for a while, but the shutdown will be there just before the Florida Turnpike. Then the routine stuff at Champions Gate I-4. No big closures, but you will see lane closures east and westbound along Champions Gate. And then 528. They're still working on some stuff out there, but it shouldn't inconvenience you too much. Just make sure you're having a safe and paying attention while you're traveling. I'm Trooper Steve with your News 6 traffic alert. I'll catch you Monday morning.
Here's a live look at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
The state of Florida will be represented in the College Football National Championship game. The University of Miami defeating Ole Miss last night in the Fiesta Bowl.
It was a close game that came down to the final play. Miami up by 4 with 6 seconds left on the clock. Ole Miss throws a Hail Mary into the end zone, but it falls incomplete. The Hurricanes win 31-27. Quarterback Carson Beck threw for 268 yards, 2 touchdowns. It is their 13th win, the most single-season wins in school history. They've won 5 national titles, but haven't took home the prize since 2001. And you know who will be watching tonight's game to find out who they're going to be playing tonight.
Yeah, that game is the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. The #1 team in the country, undefeated Indiana, takes on Oregon. Hoosiers quarterback Fernando Mendoza won the Heisman this year, and they blew out Alabama last week. Kickoff tonight is at 7:30. The winner will play Miami for the national championship on January 19th. Well, from college to the NFL, the Jacksonville Jags are getting ready for a huge playoff matchup against the Buffalo Bills on Sunday. The Jags finished with 13 wins, the most in team history.
Great season led by first-year head coach Liam Cohen. This morning, fans got up early to begin preparations. In Neptune Beach, a local crew got in the spirit with a 3-mile run this morning. Jackson DeVille, along with the Roar, cheered on runners who were all sporting that teal and black. There were even Jaguars-themed donuts. There was also a Jaggin' Wagon and a passion project founded by one fan there. She says the hype is only getting started throughout the weekend.
Really just a passion project, and we love getting to see each other throughout the whole season. We have a great group of people that always
come, and so it's just a lot of diehard Jags fans. We've been through a lot of seasons together, and so we are so happy for this one.
A lot of memorable ones for sure.
Yes.
It was so exciting. It's so fun. Everyone here having their team spirit. Obviously, we're so excited for the Jags game on Sunday, so it gave me some extra motivation to run today.
This is the Jags' 17th playoff game in franchise history. They are 8-8 all time. They've advanced to the conference championship 3 times, losing to the Patriots twice and the Titans once. They've had success against their opponent on Sunday, the Buffalo Bills. The Jags are 2-0 against them in the playoffs from 1996 and 2017. And you can watch all the action right here on News 6 on Sunday at 1 p.m. at Everbank Stadium in Jacksonville. Then complete game highlights and recap on News 6 at 11.
Well, are you planning a big game day event, or you have some gear you want to show off? We want to see your pictures and videos. Just open our camera app, scan the QR code on your screen right now. Click the link. You can also go to clickorlando.com/pins, upload your pics and videos that way.
When hurricanes devastate a home, many people apply for help.
But sometimes that help can't come quick enough. Coming up in our next half hour, the financial hardships the waiting is having on one Volusia County couple.
Plus, a couple battling for their daughter will be helping other families in the future. That's their hope, how their hardship has turned into some proposed legislation. As we take a live look at Daytona Beach, you're watching News 6. Keep it here. We'll be right back. Glad you're with us. I'm Lisa Bell.
I'm Matt Austin. You're watching News 6 at 5. We're following several top stories for you right now in Lake County. Some new details about an illegal gambling operation. Deputies say 231 machines and more than $157,000 was uncovered. The sheriff's office tells us they got help from 4 different law enforcement agencies to search 3 establishments. It started after people complained about those places. Multiple people were given notices to appear over charges of possession of slot machines and keeping of a gambling house.
In Orange County, a decision looms on if Orange Center Elementary will stay public or become a charter school. Lift Orlando sent parents ballots this week to help decide. The school would operate with a school zone like a public school if it became a charter. And OCPS and Lift Orlando would work as partners. Becoming a charter could allow the school to add 300 students and make the school a K-8. Voting begins on Monday and final results will be announced on January 22nd.
And it's playoff weekend across the state. The Jags take on the Bills in Jacksonville as they begin their hunt for a Super Bowl. And last night, the Miami Hurricanes punched their ticket to the national title game. The Hurricanes play a week from Monday, and the Jags play right here on News 6 Sunday at 1.
3 years waiting for help in a house you cannot live in. A Volusia County family had their home damaged by Hurricane Ian in 2022. As your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed discovered, they are still waiting on FEMA, and they're not alone.
This Ormond Beach area house was meant to be the family's forever home, and now they will do basically anything to get rid of it. I'm told they're one of 3 families in Volusia County who applied to have their homes demolished after Hurricane Ian in 2022, and now they still can't get any answers as to when that money will come in to do it.
We've now moved out temporarily because we didn't want it to flood again and be in it again.
The Chiarizzis are still paying taxes, insurance, water, and electric on a property they're afraid to use.
But emotionally and physically, we're falling apart.
News 6 visited the Chiarizzi family after flooding in 2018 and again after Ian in 2022. Since then, they've struggled to sell it. Last January, Volusia County finally approved buying the house with a FEMA grant for Ian victims to tear it down. But the money still has not come through.
So until the county buys it under this acquisition demolition grant, we own it. This is our baby, and our entire life savings is in this house.
The Chiarizzis will pay 25% of the demolition cost. FEMA covers the other 75%. Then the Chiarizzis will get 75% of the home's fair market value. Volusia County says the county and state have done their part for the 3 families who applied for the 2022 funding, some right after the storm, but the county is also still waiting on federal approval.
We are told that our file is on the desk of Kristi Noem, the Director of Homeland Security, and it is waiting for her signatures, along with 131 other cases from Florida.
Now, the Chiarizzis told me that they were also told they cannot apply for any other grants or programs while this application is in, or FEMA will throw their application out. Now, I also reached out to FEMA earlier this week, several calls and emails asking for answers and a timeline, and I still have gotten no response. I'm your Volusia County community correspondent Molly Reed, News 6.
Also in Volusia County, 2 more properties along a flood-prone road in DeLand will be converted for drainage needs. The county council approved the purchase of those properties along Orange Camp Road yesterday, bringing the total number of properties acquired along that part of the road to 4. The goal is to improve traffic safety from Woodland Boulevard to Princeton and upgrade the drainage system to reduce localized flooding. The county says properties will be purchased with road impact fees.
An announcement from today from the governor and first lady about safety when it comes to baby formula. The 2 spoke in Polk County, joined by Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo and others, announcing they have done testing on 24 different formulas to try to find out if they contain heavy metals and pesticides. What they found, 16 of the formulas contained at least one of these 4: arsenic, cadmium, lead, or mercury, and other pesticides. The levels they found were above what is legally acceptable, according to multiple U.S. agencies.
Small, repeated exposures to hidden toxins can really add up in ways we don't always see until a problem occurs, and that is especially true when it comes to babies. who are consuming products unknowingly, while parents are doing everything that they can to try to make the best decisions that they can for their children.
Some of the formulas flagged are still available through Florida's federally funded Women, Infants, and Children's program. The First Lady says she's working with state and federal partners to provide more options for women who are dependent on those programs.
A new bill just filed in the state legislature today would require newborn screenings for a rare liver disease. House Bill 1335 would require newborns be screened for biliary atresia and that the state implement an education campaign related to the disease. Now, this is a story we've been following since last year when the parents of 3-year-old Maddie Beecham filed a lawsuit against a local pediatrician group. Maddie was eventually diagnosed with the liver disease, but in a lawsuit filed in September against Pediatrics Medical Group of Florida, which provides medical professionals to Winnie Palmer Hospital where she was born, the Beechams claim a doctor and an advanced practice registered nurse failed to respond to an abnormal blood test that showed elevated bilirubin levels. The couple says that delay has led to a lifetime of complications for little Maddie, including having a liver transplant.
This thing should have been flagged. And had it been flagged,
that's the important part.
We wouldn't be speaking with you today.
It's a time bomb disease. If you catch it at birth and you fix it before 30 days, there's a 68% chance they won't need a liver transplant. And if they do, it'll be when they're 10 or 11 or 12.
State House Representative Rachel Plakin, who represents parts of Seminole County, filed the bill. She tells News 6 this is about giving children the best possible start and giving families what matters most to them. End quote. The legislative session starts next week. And while the Beechams are suing the pediatrician group, they're also in arbitration with Orlando Health. And we have previously reached out to both. They replied saying they do not comment on pending litigation. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics released the December jobs numbers, and they're not great.
Yeah, so this report is the first full economic data from the labor market since the government shutdown. News 6's Donovan Myrie has been looking through the numbers, and he breaks it all down for you.
Hey, Matt and Lisa. This morning's job report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics showed weaker than expected growth to close out 2025. For December, the economy added just 50,000 jobs, short of the projected 70 to 73,000 jobs expected by economists. For the year, the U.S. economy added a total of just 584,000 jobs, which, according to both CNN and Business Insider, is the weakest annual job growth rate since 2003, excluding the years of the pandemic. It's a far cry from 2024, when the country finished with 2 million jobs added for the year. Today's numbers also revealed unemployment for the month was at 4.4%, down from 4.5%. With a somewhat flat labor market, this could mean the Fed will hold steady on interest rates at their next meeting at the end of January and not implement any cuts. And by the way, President Trump used social media to post some of today's information on Thursday night, well ahead of Friday's embargo. Posting embargoed information could be viewed as a way to influence financial markets ahead of the official announcement. Back to you guys.
All right, Donovan, thank you. Well, tonight we have some newly released video showing a massive brawl that led to a shooting between former NFL player Antonio Brown and a group of men in Florida. This happened last May. The incident happened after a celebrity boxing match in Miami. Brown was standing with a group of people when a guy walks up. They exchanged words. In the video, it shows Brown and at least 2 others jumping into a fist fight. A security guard dressed in black is also seen trying to break this whole mess up. Brown is then accused of grabbing a gun and opening fire. The victim says one of the bullets grazed him in the neck. Brown is charged with attempted murder. His attorney says Brown thought the victim intended to cause him serious harm. If convicted, Brown faces up to 30 years in prison. He's due back in a Miami court in April. Well, driving on the highway is not something to take lightly. We all know that. And with school back in session, it's even more important to stay safe on those roads.
On today's Trooper Steve on Patrol, he breaks down one of his biggest pet peeves, merging.
Create opportunities for each other. Scoot on over when you see that you're coming up on a ramp and cars are coming on, because when they cut in front of you, it's going to cause a bigger problem. So creating space, the zipper effect, all right? Think of a zipper. Whenever you tie a zipper, what happens? It all kind of locks in with each other, and then it kind of separates. The exact same method should be applied when we're hopping out on the highways or any type of road, taking turns with each other, right? So one car goes, another one comes in. One car goes, another one comes in. But that does take a team effort to kind of make that happen.
Trooper Steve has seen everything in his career. When it comes to merging, he has a complete breakdown of why it's one of his biggest driving pet peeves and the best way to stay safe on the road. Just visit this story at clickorlando.com.
Hit the road with Trooper Steve on patrol weekday mornings at 10, live on News 6 Plus, the streaming app for your smart TV, or clickorlando.com. Well, getting around can certainly be a challenge, especially in neighborhoods.
And what if there is no sidewalk? That's exactly the issue in one Seminole County neighborhood. Up next, the construction project causing some headaches.
Warm today, near record warmth for a lot of Central Florida. A few places even tied a record today. Look back to our north and west. Big time chill on the way, and this could be an extended cool down after a warm start to your weekend. We're going to break down your forecast at about 5:47.
Try out the all-new primetime schedule on News 6 Plus. Ginger and I have a new take on the day's news on News 6 tonight. That's at 9. Go in-depth as we track the tropics and answer your weather questions with meteorologist Jonathan Kagas at 9:30. Then watch the late news an hour early. It's all tonight on News 6 Plus.
And you can download our streaming app for free. Just search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's also available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Shark Coatings.
Construction can be a headache for any neighborhood, but when it blocks sidewalks near schools, it becomes a safety issue.
Tonight, one Fern Park mom is speaking out about the risks kids face walking to school along Oxford Road. That's at Seminole County between Maitland and Castleberry. Alex Cook has the story.
elementary school kids forced to walk in the road to avoid construction. I'm standing here along Oxford Road right in front of English Estates Elementary School. Utility work and sidewalk repair has been going on here for months, leaving parents and their children concerned. Parents say that some kids have to actually walk in the road or other dangerous areas where these sidewalks are closed, and they want safer measures put in place.
It would be horrible if somebody were to get hit by a car. You know, it is very hard to see around these big construction vehicles. And so, especially, you know, a small child to look around, I mean, even if they leaned out too far and a car hit them, that would be horrible, just catastrophic.
Busy construction vehicles, torn up asphalt, missing sidewalks. This is what it's been like along Oxford Road in Fern Park for months. Right in the middle of it, English Estates Elementary School. The work is meant to improve sidewalks and drainage, but parents like Sage Weishaupt say the work zone is dangerous for kids walking to and from school.
I think if they just had a flagger, somebody to have another set of eyes, you know, to alert these children that it's safe to go around, rather than them just walking in the street.
That's exactly what Seminole County says they're doing. A spokesperson with the county says the contractor continues to stop construction activity while pedestrians are passing and students are being safeguarded by on-site personnel when walking through the active work zone. The county as well has restricted the contractor's work hours due to school being in session, as well as the amount of local traffic before 9 a.m. and after 3 p.m. So the construction company has flaggers directing traffic, and the school district has crossing guards helping kids cross the road. But what about in spots like this, where there actually is no sidewalk? These are the spots that still concern parents like Weistrop.
I'll tell you that my kids, Alex, are walking home, but they're walking from the back of the school because I don't want them to walk through all this. I don't want them to trip and fall. I don't want to have to navigate this to come and get them.
The county says the construction is expected to continue for another year. For now, families out here remain extra vigilant, hoping the next time they have to walk around a damaged sidewalk won't be their last. I'm your Fern Park community correspondent, Alex Cook, News 6.
Okay, if you're like Lisa Bell and you're cold all the time, no matter what.
Love today.
It was hope great. You enjoyed today because it's not sticking around, Jonathan.
It's not. And I do think, guys, we are going to get ourselves into an extended little cool stretch coming our way. That's going to be on the second half of the weekend. And really, by the time you get back to work on Monday, you see where the warmth still clinging on, mainly the southeast corridor, also back up to parts of the mid-Atlantic and northeast is in the mid-60s still in Pittsburgh. That's going to change into the upper 60s right now in Atlanta. We're hanging around 80, tied a record in Leesburg and in Orlando today. You see where it is changing big time. It's already in the 50s in St. Louis, upper 30s in Omaha. By the time we get into Monday, big change in the temperature department. That front arrives on Sunday, and again, we'll be in the 40s to start Monday. We'll only top out in the mid to upper 60s by Monday afternoon. That's after a high temperature tomorrow. Back in the same ballpark as today, into the low to mid 80s. Gorgeous sunset underway now. We still have a few of those clouds out there. Live look, Port Canaveral, Brevard County with our launch credit union camera this evening. We're back to the upper 70s. We have a mainly clear sky. Some of those clouds are really high up into the atmosphere. The breeze right now at about 10 miles an hour as we go forward into the next couple of hours. That should back off even further. 61 in DeLand when you wake up tomorrow morning. Good evening in Ocala. We are at 61. Mount Dora, we're also at 61. Back to Winter Garden, we're back into the lower 60s to start. Now here's a look at your afternoon.
Your forecast is sponsored by Advent Health.
High temperatures again into the record territory once again. Lower 80s in Ocala. DeLand, we're at 82. Kissimmee also back to 82. 79 New Smyrna Beach. We'll have some patchy fog to start again tomorrow morning. That is quick to get out of here again, and we will see a lot of sunshine again for the afternoon. So again, if you're heading to the Disney Half Marathon tomorrow, 62 degrees by 5 o'clock. We're watching for some fog, so be careful when you're up early heading in that direction, or if you're just driving around Central Florida in general. Then we keep things mostly clear by the latter stages of the morning. Temperatures back to the mid-70s. It is going to be fairly muggy, relatively speaking, and warm start again into the 60s. Clouds and rain forecast, warm again out ahead of the front. There is our cold front early Sunday morning. You see a little few blotches of green coming up on your screen. Just a few stray showers possible as this front comes through. Nothing to write home about. Not going to help our drought situation or dry situation really. It's just a few scattered showers will be in the mix. There's 5 o'clock on your Sunday evening. The clouds that we have out there during most of the day on Sunday gradually erode from north to south as some drier air pushes in. The interesting note again about Monday, as what typically happens once we see the front come through, the breeze comes back off to the Atlantic and you see the white back over the Florida peninsula. that is going to be the cloud cover returning once again as we continue to keep things that breeze off of the Atlantic. I think we dry things out, though, Monday and Tuesday, and then we're going to watch the rain chances spike as we get into Wednesday into Thursday. I think that's our best shot of rain over the next 7 days, and it's with that system, guys, that's going to really reintroduce or reinforce the chill that arrives by the second half of this weekend. You see rain chances again Wednesday and Thursday of the upcoming work week back to 40%. Highs on Friday, guys, struggle to get out of the 50s.
Ooh, goodness. Jonathan, thank you. Well, there are soon going to be fewer options to get around Seminole County.
As the news service takes over, another one is leaving. Up next, what you need to know about the final days of some Lynx bus routes.
Coming up Monday, a growing push to keep students from missing school.
The new legislation that's in the works and who it could benefit the most.
And changes to the forecast. Chief Meteorologist Candace Campos will have your update every 10 minutes.
We'll see you Monday morning on News 6 starting at 6.
It is the end of the road for most Lynx buses in Seminole County. Most routes are ending this weekend.
Yeah, the county has switched to a new on-demand ride system from Scout. Your Seminole County community correspondent Mark Lehman is following this story, as some say this change is going to cost them a lot of time and money.
With this change, I spoke with one woman who says switching routes will cost her an hour extra for her commute. She also doesn't think she'll be able to afford the alternative. A lot of people are in the same boat as 2 days from now, 8 bus routes are going to be shutting down in Seminole County.
It's hurting all these people.
Penny Carr depends on Lynx and the Fern Park bus stop to get to work every day. After this weekend, the stop and her route are going away.
I have to get off at the Sunrail train station and walk all the way down to go up to 1792.
How much more time do you think this is going to cost you?
It's going to, for me to walk, 28 minutes.
On January 11th, Seminole County is eliminating 8 bus routes because of low ridership and high costs. The county pays about $17 million a year for Lynx, but estimates less than 4,200 people actually use it.
Go all the way out there. I use that like 3 times a week. Come here 3 times a week, too.
Sean McMurray says he's tried Seminole's new alternative. Scout is an on-demand micro-transit service, but riders have complained about delays for pickup.
And I've been on that new thing, and it's kind of, you have to wait. I waited like an hour for a ride.
County leaders say there's increased flexibility with the Scout service, and it's more cost-effective. The transition, however, may be difficult for some who have questions about what to do next. You depend on this bus,
Right, I depend on it. But I got to figure something else out now.
Now, after this weekend, there will still be 4 routes running in Seminole County. We posted the changes to those routes under this story on QuickOrlando.com. Reporting in Fern Park, I'm your Seminole County community correspondent, Mark Lehman, News 6.
Ginger Gadsden is in the newsroom with what we are working on for News 6 at 6.
All eyes continue to be on the next Venezuela. What's going on there, Ginger?
Yeah, Matt and Lisa, the White House says it is safe for Venezuelans to return home, but that may not be the case coming up where a temporary protected status stands, as some neighbors tell us they disagree with the claim from the White House.
Another day, another alert for parents about the safety of our schools.
It's terrible. It's something that no one should experience, and we're experiencing regularly. And what do we do?
What we're learning from law enforcement and the district about a video circulating in Seminole County.
And this is a live look now at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera on a Friday. You're watching News 6. We will be right back.
Now on News 6 at 6, school safety is top of mind for parents after some scary situations in Central Florida this week.
I was like, how many times have you hid in a closet in school for a code? And he's like, I can't even tell you, Mom.
Plus, we're looking into the origins of a troubling video that's adding to fears.
President Trump's administration contending that it's safe for Venezuelans to return to their home country. Coming up, though, we speak to two Venezuelans living here in Central Florida who flatly reject that claim.
And a long-awaited fire station now up and running in DeBary, how it's helping improve safety for a booming city. News 6 at 6 starts now. Well, for the second day in a row, parents in Seminole County receive a message from the school district regarding school safety.
Yeah, we told you about the alert that put Lake Brantley on lockdown yesterday that ended up being a hoax. Today, the district says the FBI is investigating a viral video that's not specific to anywhere. Your Seminole County community correspondent, Catherine Silver, is live at Lake Brantley tonight. So, Catherine, tell us a little bit about what you're learning about this situation.
Well, I'm told that video circulating online locally here in Seminole County and the threat that was called in here to Lake Brantley yesterday appear to be separate matters. Both have resulted in ongoing law enforcement investigations, and both have caused concern for parents and students.
Overnight, our law enforcement partners received several tips through the Speak Out hotline related to a social media video.
Parents got the alert early Friday morning. Seminole County Public Schools say the video shows an individual wearing a mask and making vague statements about schools, but there is no mention of any country, state, county, or specific school, and no information indicating a direct threat to the local school district.
I watched the videos. It was like some threatening the kid with a mask, swastika in the back, and I'm just like, where did you get this? He said, my friend sent it to me and said, I'm brave for going to school today.
Christina Marte said her son was already at Lake Brantley, but ended up leaving school early. She kept her younger kids, who go to nearby Sable Point, home Friday. What's your first thought as a parent?
I mean, who's to say? How vague is it? You don't know. I mean, you don't know where it's going. You don't know where it's coming from.
Friday, SCPS told parents they may notice a heightened law enforcement presence out of an abundance of caution. Less than 24 hours earlier, officers surrounded Lake Brantley High School after investigators rushed to respond to a call that was determined to be a hoax.
This is not the first time it happened. This is not the second time it happened. After yesterday, when my son came home, I was like, how many times have you hid in a closet in school for a code? And he's like, I can't even tell you, Mom. And that's my oldest, who is a senior in high school. Ask my elementary school kids, they can tell you the same as well.
Now, I've spent time talking to parents both in person and online today. They tell me that they are grateful law enforcement take these situations so seriously, whether they are credible or not. I'm told the FBI is involved in both investigations. I'm live in Seminole County. Catherine Silver, News 6.
Catherine, thank you. And as Catherine mentioned, one of the school threats involves a disturbing video that's circulating online. News 6 investigator Mike DeForest has been looking into the origin of the video.
Over the past 24 hours or so, students in Central Florida have come across social media videos like these showing a man in a yellow hockey mask holding a gun and a rifle. I've learned these specific videos, which threaten bombings and shootings at schools, actually began circulating earlier this week in Texas. As you can see, the username on the screen appears to reference Texas. Authorities in Texas believe the videos are not a credible threat. In fact, they think these videos actually originated outside of the United States with the sole purpose of inciting fear. Now, these same videos have begun circulating in Central Florida. Seminole County Public Schools have issued a statement pointing out that the videos do not mention any specific school or even any specific state or specific country. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, the Seminole County Sheriff's Office has notified all school resource officers and deputies and have increased law enforcement presence at the schools. Federal authorities are investigating these videos, but again, at this time, we're being told that there does not appear to be any credible threat. Reporting in the newsroom, Mike DeForest, News 6.
And you can read our full reporting on these stories right now on clickorlando.com. Look for it on the homepage.
All right, we had a near record warm-up today. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas. It's not going to last, though, is it?
It's not. One more day, and then we're going to make some big changes coming around. It sounds like one of those sales. One day only for the warmth to stick around. And then I think we are going to get ourselves into an extended little cool down going forward. New Smyrna Beach, we're still at 73. We're back to the 78 in Mount Dora. Orlando, we've fallen into the mid-70s. Very comfortable out there. After tying our record at 84 degrees, we also tied a record in Leesburg. We're still hanging tight now into the mid-70s. Ocala, we are at 77 degrees. It's going to be another very warm night tonight. Very warm start to your weekend. Temperatures by 7 o'clock into the low 70s still. Mid-60s by 1. When you wake up tomorrow, most of us will be in the low 60s. Things change big time by the time you wake up on Monday morning. We're going to get into that part of your forecast and talk about how long this chill sticks around, guys, coming up at about 6:17.
All right, Jonathan, we will see you then. We are learning more about an illegal gambling operation out of Lake County.
Deputies tell us more than 200 illegal gambling machines and over 157 grand were uncovered in a sting. The Lake County Sheriff's Office says the Florida Gaming Commission did searches on 3 establishments late last night with the help of law enforcement from Claremont, Groveland, Eustis, and Leesburg. They say the entire investigation began after multiple neighbors complained and reported the establishments. At the House of Treasure in Umatilla, law enforcement found 56 machines and more than $75,000. At the Hub in Leesburg, they seized 98 machines and 46 grand. And then finally, at Hot Seats in Leesburg, 77 machines were taken, along with more than $36,000. Law enforcement also issued notices to appear to employees at each establishment. The charges include possession of slot machines and keeping of a gambling house. Officials say anybody who suspects illegal gambling can file an anonymous report with the Florida Gaming Control Commission via their website. That's flgaming.gov. On that site, there's a list of legal gaming locations, too. In Volusia County, the Sheriff's Office says an executive director of a senior living facility has an active arrest warrant for allegedly stealing from residents and taking their jewelry, in fact. The Volusia Sheriff's Office says it happened at Araya on Signature Drive in DeBerry. Deputies say an investigation started when they received a report about a missing engagement ring from a resident's room. Now, VSO says pawn records showed Executive Director Sean Burstein had sold multiple pieces of jewelry, including that engagement ring. Deputies say during an interview, Burstein admitted to the act and that 93 pieces of jewelry were stolen between September and December of last year. Deputies are asking anyone who may be a victim or believes their family member is a victim to contact the Volusia Sheriff's Office. We reached out to Araya for a statement. The HR director tells us, quote, "The safety and well-being of our residents remain our highest priority. We're cooperating fully with law enforcement authorities, and Mr. Burstein is no longer employed at the community."
Today, President Trump met with major oil executives at the White House. The president says if the U.S. did not take control of Venezuela's oil, places like Russia or China would have. Last week, the U.S. captured the former leader of Venezuela in a surprise operation. The president announced on social media he canceled a second wave of attacks on the country. We do know a 5th oil tanker linked to Venezuela was seized by U.S. forces earlier today.
In the wake of the United States ousting Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, Trump administration officials are contending that it's safe for Venezuelans living in exile here to go back to their home country. Your Orlando community correspondent Mike Valenti joins us live in the newsroom now. And Mike, you spoke to 2 people who fit that description, and they reject the administration's arguments, right?
Yeah, Matt, good evening. That's right. These are 2 people, one a UCF junior, the other a UCF grad, who had fled Maduro's regime in Venezuela, and they did have temporary protected status. That is, until President Donald Trump revoked TPS for more than 500,000 Venezuelans last year. These 2 young men tell me, given the fact that Maduro's regime is still in charge in Venezuela, they believe the situation is still dangerous, and thus Trump should reinstate TPS in their opinion.
Let me ask you, with Maduro out of power, do you feel safe if you had to move back to Venezuela?
Not yet.
Would you feel safe at this moment going back to Venezuela?
No. So there's like many people in power that's still over there in Venezuela. They're going to consider you as a traitor of the country, traidor de la patria. So they can just put you in jail and do whatever they want with you.
UCF junior Giovanni Hernandez and UCF grad Marcelo Ferrer are taking things one day at a time. They say that's all they can do.
It is very concerning.
Ferrer is hoping to go into TV production here in the U.S., where he once enjoyed legal status through TPS, before the Trump administration took it away last year, citing improved conditions in Venezuela.
I've never asked to leave. I was pushed out of the government.
Like Ferrer, Hernandez, who is now applying for political asylum, was satisfied that President Trump was able to oust Maduro. But
I believe that it's going to cost us. It's going to cost us a lot. It's going to cost us a lot. It's going to cost us a lot of years of oil, a lot of years of gold, a lot of years of favors.
Earlier this week, News 6 spoke to two Venezuelans who struck a bit more optimistic tone about a future without Maduro.
I just want my country to be free from this crisis, from these people. It's been 25 years struggling with them, and finally we have like a window open.
It's really just a really big step towards what we want, which is, to be free.
What would your message be to President Trump?
And we will ask you that you gave us something that we lost, and that is the temporary protection status.
So both Ferrer, who you just heard from, and Hernandez believe the current leader and Maduro's former vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, is no better than her predecessor. They would like to see someone like opposition leader Maria Corina Machado take charge. President Trump actually announcing from the White House today that he plans to meet with Machado next week. I did reach out to the White House about potential deportations of Venezuelans. Spokesperson referred me to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's comments this week that the administration's deportation policies have not changed in the wake of that Venezuelan operation. The Department of Homeland Security, meanwhile, has not yet responded to my questions about any potential change in TPS designation. Ginger?
All right, Mike Valenti reporting live in the newsroom. Thank you. Well, imagine seeing a bunch of garbage being dumped on your street and the headache that would cause.
Yeah, like a whole truck full
Yeah,
of garbage.
that.
This was the reality for neighbors in Winter Springs. Turns out it was all in the name of safety. We'll explain what went wrong coming up.
Plus, a first-of-its-kind decision involving a crew on the space station. What's next after a medical concern caused NASA to cut a mission short?
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health.
In Winter Springs, we're working to get you some answers tonight. A viewer sent us this video to our Pin It page here, and it was a bit puzzling to see. They tell us a trash truck dumped all this garbage in the middle of the street on Conesus Lane. So we reached out to Seminole Fire, and they tell us somebody threw out a lithium-ion battery, and it exploded, caught fire in the back of the truck. The garbage workers had to unload it to put out the fire. Fire department says this is a good example to stress proper disposal of those lithium-ion batteries. So how can you safely get rid of these things? Seminole County officials say most batteries need to be recycled. Common ones like AA, AAA batteries, they can be thrown out. Back in 2024, a News 6 investigation helped change state law on safe lithium-ion battery storage. You can read that on clickorlando.com. Again, this story came in from a viewer who posted video on our News 6 Pin It page, and man, did we get some results for them. You can also send us your pictures and videos. Just open your camera app, scan that QR code on your screen, and click the link. You can also go to clickorlando.com/pins, upload your pics and video that way.
Thank goodness they said something. Well, a medical drama 250 miles above Earth is forcing NASA to do something it has never done before: cut a mission short due to health concerns. 4 crew members on the International Space Station will now be brought home in the coming days, more than a month early. Here's what we're learning.
NASA says the ailing astronaut is stable, and while it's not currently an emergency, weeks more in space were not in the best interest of their health.
This was a serious medical condition. That is why we're pursuing this path. The capability to diagnose and treat this properly does not live on the International Space Station.
Wednesday afternoon, Japanese astronaut Kimya Yui radioed Mission Control for help.
Do we have like a crew surgeon?
Yes, we'll get that work.
A flight surgeon?
NASA canceled a planned spacewalk, and the live public audio stream from the ISS went silent. A day later, they decided to end the mission early.
The crew is highly trained, and they came to the aid of their colleague right away.
We have a medical emergency in the lab. Astronauts are given medical training before they launch.
Okay, oxygen is in flow now.
We just can't sustain somebody sick for a really long period of time.
Dr. Tom Mashburn served as both NASA astronaut and flight surgeon. Doctors have to weigh the risks of staying in space and coming back to Earth.
There's a 4G pressure on the body as you re-enter. There's about a 10 to 20 mile an hour equivalent impact when it hits the water. So all those risks have to be added up and put together to make the right decision of what to do.
Again, NASA is not identifying the astronaut or saying what the health concern is. Leaders say the crew has mostly completed its mission. 1 American and 2 Russians will remain on board the International Space Station. In Volusia County tonight, a long-awaited fire station is now up and running in DeBary. With the growth of the city, Station 39 off Fort Florida Road could help first responders get to places that used to be tough to serve. Leaders tell News 6 response times are expected to drop as much as 7 minutes for some people. The city says homeowners could see a drop in insurance rates, too.
When it came to the heat today, we actually tied a record. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas joins us now.
Yeah, Leesburg and Orlando guys tied the record from way back in 2013. 84 degrees was the high temperature today. Most of Central Florida got into the low to mid 80s with the exception of the coast. We stayed into the upper 70s as expected with the influence of the relatively speaking cooler Atlantic. Out ahead of a cold front, we're going to keep things warm again tomorrow. But then as we get to the second part of your weekend, that's when things start to change. Here is our cold front now extending back to about the Florida Panhandle through Atlanta into the Carolinas. And this front is going to arrive again for the first half of Sunday to give us just a stray opportunity for a few showers. But you'll notice a chill as we go deeper into the day on Sunday. Here's a live look outside Port Canaveral, Brevard County with our Launch Credit Union camera. Air temperatures right now nice and mild at the port. We're back to the low 70s under a mainly clear sky. The breeze is about 8 miles an hour. That is expected to continue to back off and allow for a little bit of extra fog to develop again, especially closer to the coast and about as far inland as the I-4 corridor. Groveland, good evening. We are at 78. Wildwood, we're checking in at 70. Holopaw, we're at 75. Titusville, we are at 77 degrees. Now here's a look at your forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Strata Services.
So we are still nice and warm again tomorrow morning. We're even going to be really warm on Sunday morning as well. That front arrives Sunday afternoon. We're at 61 in the Villages when you start your day tomorrow. Look at this, hanging around 70 around Cocoa Beach. to start things off tomorrow. That's where we're going to have a little bit of fog. Apopka into Zellwood. Good afternoon. Again, we're going to see temperatures climbing quickly after we get rid of a little bit of fog. I don't think it's as thick as what we'll see just to our east, but by lunchtime we're pushing 80, and then we are jumping back into the lower 80s again tomorrow in West Orange County. High temperatures get back to the upper 70s in Palm Coast. We're at 82 in Holopah, Palm Bay. We're back to 81 tomorrow afternoon. Again, it is going to be very, very warm to get into Saturday, to start Sunday, and then we'll start to see the change gradually as we move through your Sunday afternoon. That'll put our high temperatures back to 70 in Ocala, back to the upper 70s in Orlando. Still on the warmer side in Melbourne, back to Kissimmee as well, as that front, of course, moves from north to south, ushering in that cooler air gradually. There it is. It's situated back towards St. Louis and Chicago, Columbus in the 40s right now. That is some of the cooler air that is blasting down in this direction and should stay for a while. Over the next 10 days, you see it right here. By the time we get into Monday, highs are going to struggle to get out of the mid-60s. A little bit of a rebound getting into Tuesday, lower 70s is where we should be for this time of the year. And then you see a bigger drop-off. By the time we get into next Friday, we're pushing 60 degrees for high temperatures, even colder as we get into the following Monday. So we could be talking about the coldest air of the season about 10 days away or so. So just keeping tabs on that I think this chill sticks around for a little bit after we get rid of it, after we get rid of the warmth on Saturday. Back to the upper 70s again on Sunday with a 20% shot for a few sprinkles into the afternoon. Best shot of rain over the next 7 days comes in on Wednesday into Thursday.
My goodness, what whiplash. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. Sports director Jamie Say is here now.
Jamie, I think the Miami Hurricanes might be watching a little bit of the Peach Bowl tonight.
They're going to be watching football tonight because tonight Indiana and Oregon battle for the right to play those Hurricanes in the national championship in like 10 days. A look back at Miami's memorable victory last night over Ole Miss. That's coming up. But first, Central Florida's pro volleyball team sets off the season tonight. The Orlando Valkyries host Grand Rapids at UCF's Edition Financial Arena at 7. Valkyries going to raise their championship banner. More sports next. Welcome back to News 6 and welcome back, Miami Hurricanes, to the ultimate game of the college football season. The Canes will play for their 6th national championship on January 19th at Hard Rock Stadium, their home turf. The Canes are still standing after withstanding last night's back-and-forth fight with Ole Miss. The two teams exchanged the lead in the Fiesta Bowl 7 times. Ole Miss led by a field goal with about 2 minutes to go, and that was plenty of time for the Canes.
Becca's looking that way, and still looking, takes off running, Carson Beck with his legs!
Carson Beck completing the Canes' comeback with the touchdown scramble there. Miami held off Ole Miss's last chance, may have gotten away with a pass interference non-call on the last play, but that's beside the point. Hurricanes, once teetering on the playoff bubble, will play for championship bling in 10 days.
It almost seems like the tougher it gets, the better we play. And it's a testament to them, to their resilience and their will.
I'm super excited. This whole team is super excited to have the opportunity to play not only for a national championship, but play in Hard Rock, where, is our home stadium. So I'm just so grateful for this opportunity.
Miami's opponent will be determined tonight. Oregon and Indiana go head-to-head in the Peach Bowl at around 7:30. Hoosiers are favored by a field goal. The Magic take the floor at home tonight against the 76ers at 7. The Magic will try to post back-to-back victories for the first time since December 1st. The Magic miss Franz Wagner. The question is, when will he be back from injury? And when will Mo Wagner be back? On Sunday evening, the Magic will fly to Europe for games in Berlin and London next week. Will Franz and Mo be ready to play in their home country of Germany on Thursday? They've been doing some work in practice. Jamal Mosley gave this update today.
You want them to be ready for that Berlin game. They want to be ready for that Berlin game, and that's a big key, and that's the ideal world. But then the reality of what we're facing is the fact that you want them to be ready for the long game as well. Like, we have a long season ahead of us, and you want them to be prepared and healthy as possible walking into each one of those games.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You don't want to risk them coming back too soon, but there's some pressure because the Magic play in Germany next week. German fans want to see the Wagner brothers.
Of course. Rush it, though.
Can't rush it.
All right,
Nope.
Jamie,
Not worth the
thank you.
risk.
More news coming up at 9 o'clock on clickorlando.com.
All right, until then, have a great night. Bye.
At the beginning of the season, then Paolo gets hurt, and then
They go off.
they function really well without Suggs and Paolo. Like with big Franz and
I'm so glad I showed up later.
All right, stand by, everybody.
Trade them.
We go 5, 4, 3, 2.
Cold front on the move for parts of your weekend. We're talking about the big changes coming by the time you wake up in the next work week in a few minutes. In a few minutes at 11. Sorry.
Can you do that again?
Yeah. Yeah, I said in a few minutes. I don't. Idiot. Sorry, that's like my first. That's like my first mess up in like 3 months.
All right, here we go. 5,
Yeah.
4, 3, 2.
Cold front on the move. It arrives through part of your weekend. It's going to take temperatures from near record warmth to much colder air by next work week. We'll have your forecast at 11.
5, 4, 3, 2.
A series of big cold fronts moved through central Florida this week. We'll have your forecast tonight.
Hi, I'm Matt Austin. Here's a look at today's top stories. A man's accused of taking videos up a woman's skirt at the Orlando Premium Outlets. It happened last night at the Nike store on International Drive. Police say the store manager gave him a call, told them they saw it happen on surveillance video. Investigators went to the store and arrested Jose Godoy. The 36-year-old's now facing video voyeurism charges. Police took his phone as evidence. A viewer in Winter Springs posted this video to our Pin It page. They tell us a trash truck dumped this out in the middle of the street because of a fire on Conesus Lane. Seminole Fire says somebody threw out a lithium-ion battery and it exploded in the back of the truck, catching fire. To put it out, garbage workers had to unload the whole truck. The fire department says this is a good example to stress proper disposal of lithium-ion batteries. 2 more properties along flood-prone road in DeLand will be converted for better drainage. The county council approved the purchase of the properties along Orange Camp Road yesterday, bringing the total number of properties acquired along that part of the road to 4. The goal is to improve traffic safety from Woodland Boulevard to Princeton and upgrade the drainage system to reduce localized flooding. The county says properties will be purchased with road impact fees. That's it for now. We'll have a look at your forecast in the next 15 minutes.